The Beretta ran a 1642. Well, the white Mustang in the Tower Lane brings me back many, many, many years ago when a young fella named Steve Stoke showed up here with an old Mustang, and now he's got thing tuned up, runs an Outlaw classes. Him and his dad making records with their cars. Pretty cool. This one ran a 1275 at 106. Good starting point. 1274 for Richard at 111 miles an hour in the Corvette. C7 and a C6. C7 ahead. 113 at half track for the newer Vet. 112 for the older one. The top end, 123.73 for the 06. And the 2015 ran 124 miles per hour, 11.34 seconds. It was quicker. But reaction time went to the older Corvette. Attention in the pits, Outlaw, you're called to the lanes. Attention in the pits, Outlaw, you're called to the lanes. Outlaw, you have been called to the lanes. Outlaw, you're called to the lanes. And that puts the next class on standby. Yeah, this is fun. Tailgate party, you're looking great over there. Want to remind everybody, Mission Raceway on a Friday night, it's a family event. That means there's no drinking, no drugs, no alcohol. A family, fun, fast and furious event here at Mission Raceway Park. If you're out of town working and your significant other wants to bring kids down to the track, you know they're going to have nothing but good time and get good lessons out of the deal. $12.93 for the Camaro. And $14.62 in the spectator side of the racetrack. Here's a good grudge match. What do you think, folks? Who's going to get the win? Tower Lane or spectator lane? If it's spectator lane, stand up. All right, everybody sitting down is going with the Tower Lane. Nice matchup. And the win goes to the Tower Lane. Slower car with a 1206 to an 1195. So how did the slower car get the win? Because of reaction time difference. A 0.6 to a 0.9 at the start line. So better driving on the start line had the slower car get the win at the top end of the racetrack. What we call a whole shot win. So I'll try to get the details for you guys, but we do have a Friday night street legals in August that is a ladies' night. So ladies race for free. And it's a great opportunity for you ladies to take up the sport of drag racing. We've met many, many people show up for the first time on one of those Friday night ladies' nights, turn into avid racers. Well, a big diesel pickup truck. Shannon is happy to see the exhaust coming out of the top of the box instead of out the side. Attention in the pits, Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. Outlaw, you're called to the lanes. Big pickup went 1191 to a 1425. Well, it looks like we got the live stream working, so I want to welcome everybody on the live stream. Sorry you weren't there earlier. We had a little bit of a technical glitch, so to speak. I want to welcome everybody to Mission Raceway Park listening from home. We wish you could be here with us, but we're going to try to keep it entertaining for you all night long so that you have just as much fun watching from home. Mission Raceway Park, owned and operated by the British Columbia Custom Car Association, a non-profit society since 1952, Canada's oldest hot rod club. I want to welcome everybody to the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supply. Now, if you haven't been to Mopac Auto Supply, you got to pay them a visit. That's such a cool store. They're located in Langley. You turn south on 200th Street off of Highway 1. You go down just a few blocks. You turn right on 94th Street. They're the second building on your left. Stop by and say thank you for their support of Mission Raceway Park for years and years and years. They are a big contributor to Mission Raceway Park. They sell all kinds of go-fast equipment for your car. They have technical specialists there to help you pick and choose and install that equipment in their shop. Not only that, they have a world-renowned tuner and a dyno machine, so they can put your car on the dyno and tune it perfectly to run here at the Street Legals. They encourage people to put power in their vehicles to run on the track. And on the street, they want everybody to follow the rules of the road, and they encourage you to show up here at Mission Raceway Park and every other racetrack and get out your jollies in a safe manner. So thanks to Mopac Auto Supply, located in Langley, Edmonton, and Calgary. The last pair ran a 1431 and a 1368. Coming up next, your Outlaw class. The cars running on slicks. A little bit of track prep ahead of Outlaw class. Standby call for motorcycle. All right, this evening we have a very cool thing going on. We have a junior street licensing happening. So young Jimmy here, licensing with his dad, and he's going to qualify tonight. He's doing so good. Wants to say hi to his sisters, Rose, Sadie, and Kate. Look at me, he says. He's getting her done. Got a handful of stickers and going to walk away with his license tonight. Oh, yeah, pretty cool. The Junior Street Program, a great way to build a bond with your kids. They run a bracket series on the weekend, right after Junior Dragster, Thunder, and Lightning, followed by Junior Street. It's pretty cool. Kids 13 to 17 years old driving the family vehicle down the racetrack. Now in the passenger seat would be a qualified driver, right now a parent. And to qualify for the license, the race director rides with him on the last pass. So a reaction time for Jimmy, 0.75, 60 foot, 2.68, 330 feet at 7.85 seconds, and the 8th mile at 59.85, slowing down a little bit from the previous run, 12.0475 for elapsed time. Way to go, Jimmy. And hi to everybody at home listening. Pretty cool. So a little bit of track prep. Gives you guys a chance to read all the signs at Mission Raceway Park. Like Mr. Lube and Tires. The Titanium Auto Group, TCS transmission products. Trailblazers, they're going into a new location now at the new strip mall across from the RCMP. That's cool. Now, in Mission on Wednesday nights, right now, during the summer, they have at Heritage Park a little music series going on. So make sure you stop by Heritage Park on Wednesdays, Wednesday evening. Living in Mission, I got to say, it's my favorite town I've ever lived in. I've lived across Canada, many provinces, lived in all different areas of the Lower Mainland. But living in Mission, I have to say, is my favorite place I've ever lived. It's a small community with a train that goes into downtown Vancouver every morning and back at the end of the day. We have Stave Lake, Harrison Lake, Hayward Lake, Suicide Creek, Sasquatch Mountain, Sumas Mountain, all within really quick. You could be skiing down the run within an hour at Sasquatch Mountain. So living in Mission is really a cool place. Make sure to get a hold of your RE/MAX Realtor here in Mission with more than 17 teams locally helping you find exactly what you want. Big new industrial area for your shop and great properties still available here in Mission. The lowest priced accommodations and real estate in the whole Fraser Valley. Mission, RE/MAX. Make sure to get a hold of them. Love to see you as a neighbor. And for all the Mission neighbors that are here tonight, you're looking good. Thanks for hanging out with us. We know Mission residents get in for free on Friday nights. And that's pretty cool. So if you like to get your oil changed before the summer holidays, that's a great idea. Get the car fixed up, ready to go with no complications. What you want to do is get the thing serviced properly. Bring it to Mr. Lube here in Mission. Mr. Lube here in Mission is sponsoring Mission residents getting in for free this year. So when you get your oil changed and you go to Mr. Lube here in Mission, you make sure you say thank you to them for their continued support at Mission Raceway. And for getting you in for nothing. That is so cool. So stop by Mr. Lube on Lougheed Highway for fast, warranty-approved oil changes with no appointment necessary. Don't go sit at the dealership for 3 hours to get your oil change done. So Mr. Lube in Mission, keeping your engine and your Friday nights running smooth. Thanks to Mr. Lube here in Mission. That is so cool. The other day, I ended up at KMS Tools, and I see their sign on the fence as well, so I'm okay to mention them. And they had a bin at the front door for donating power tools. And they donate them to schools, other countries, and volunteer services. So you have a whole bunch of power tools, and you're fed up trying to sell them because nobody wants them. That's a great place to put them to good use. Quit your tools just laying around in the drawer taking up space. You could put them to use. So thanks to KMS Tools for that great program. I noticed it at the Abbotsford location right at the front door. Even my son, a heavy-duty mechanic on the job, he says nobody's using pneumatic tools anymore. They're all gone cordless there as well. So all of your power tools help you clean up. Donate them to a good cause at KMS Tools. So a little break in the action for racing as they prep the track for the Outlaw class coming up next. Soon as they start running, then we'll make the call to the next class. I was happy to see Rocco's Diner has a sign here at Mission Raceway Park finally. That's good to see. I used to tell all the racers when they're here for a weekend race, they run into trouble, they got to work and wrench through the night. Well, at 3:30 in the morning, they head over and get themselves a clubhouse sandwich and a piece of pie. Great food at Rocco's Diner, open 24/7. So if you end up here struggling through the night on a race car, we got you covered. Big thanks to, shout out to Rocco's Diner. Now, if you're getting hungry, our concession stand is open on the pit side of the racetrack. Spectators on the spectator side of the racetrack and the tailgate party, come on over, grab something to eat. Grab a coffee from Barry and Shelley and some mini donuts for dessert.
Thank you.
We are moments away from racing. Well, somebody just asked me if I wanted a hat. I said, yeah, it says Artex Racing. They were a big race team here at Mission Raceway Park, so I ended up with an extra hat. I'm going to have to give it away, I guess. So the first person in the tower that can tell me how many feet in a quarter mile. How many feet in a quarter mile? Come up to the second floor of the timing tower, and I'll hand you a hat. First one here. How many feet in a quarter mile? Somebody's got that one. Oh, they'll be coming. Be coming around the mountain. So coming up in just a couple of minutes, the cars running on slicks, the Outlaw class. So nobody's claimed a hat yet. How many feet in a quarter mile? Now, if you don't have a hat and you don't win this one, we do have them at the pro shop. It's a great souvenir. You got it? How many feet?
1,320.
How many?
1,320.
That's right. He's got it. Oh, I hear other people coming up. Keep coming up. Keep coming up. We'll find something for you.
Thank you, Jimmy.
All right, here we go, an Outlaw class. Now, the car in the Tower Lane's got a huge history here at Mission Raceway Park. Former racer George Duda passed away a couple years ago. Was a big part of the family here at Mission Raceway Park. And his son Nick driving the car tonight. And the intent is that one of his kids will be driving this car in the end. One day out in the end. Yeah, 128 miles per hour for the 1094 elapsed time. And Nick running Dad's car. That was so warm. Pretty cool, buddy. And Dale Wood ran a 1387. Oh, here we go. That VW is pretty quick, but I'm going to put the money on Mr. Gibson's. Oh boy, I like what I see. How about 10 seconds straight on for the win at 131 miles an hour for Jason Gibson in the Mustang, beating 11:15 from the VW. Now we got a pretty cool matchup coming your way. John Sayer, long-time racer here at Mission Raceway Park, and Mike Enns with what looks like to be a very, very fast pickup truck. So let's have a little grudge match here. John Sayer in the Dart or Mike Enns in the Ford pickup? Who are you going with? The pickup? Stand up for the pickup. Oh, I got caught in the gear. It's not going to win over John. Yeah. Well, 12.01 for Mr. Sayer. Mr. Enns ran real slow 64.
There's just a
All right, the K&D Racing Team. Karen in the pickup. And Darren in the Mustang. Karen with the win at 118 miles an hour, 11:36. And Darren giving her a bit of a head start, apparently, to get that win. He went faster, 121 at 8.98 miles per hour. All right, Mustang, Camaro. Who's going to win, the Mustang, the Ford, or the Chevy Camaro? Oh, that sounds good. Chevy, 1083. The Ford, to 1224. Hey, attention in the pits, there's some missing keys. Somebody's lost their keys to their Mercedes. Oh, let me make this call first. Attention in the pits, motorcycle, you're called to the lanes. Motorcycle, you're called to the lanes. Attention in the pits, motorcycle, you've been called to the lanes. Oh, the Corvette's running away with this one. 10:59, 119 miles an hour. If you find these keys, they have an H on them. Please bring them up to the second floor of the timing tower. We'll get them back to their rightful owner. So once again, missing keys, dropped somewhere between the lanes and the grandstands with an H on the keychain. If you find those, please bring them up to the second floor of the timing tower. Oh, that Corvette sounds good. How about 112 miles an hour at the 8th mile with an elapsed time of 4.16? Oh, man, that thing was booking. 9.83 at the top end with 139.66 miles per hour. That was quick. Unfortunately, the Mustang doesn't have the same story to tell. Having a little bit of trouble, and he's broken at the start line. Safety pushing him back. And I don't see any arms up in the air. So we might be good. A little bit of... You bet. Sport Compact. That was the head of stage and looking for you. So attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sport Compact. Your call to the lanes. And we found the keys. That's awesome. No, bring them here. Bring them here. Yeah, come on up. Cool. We found your keys. Come get them. So attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Motorcycle. Motorcycle would need you to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Motorcycle, we need you to the lanes. Standby call for Sport Compact. The heck with it. Let's put you in here. Attention in the pits. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Sport Compact, to the lanes. '68 Grand Torino. And a 2025 Corvette. A lot of wheels on the Torino. But the Corvette wins with a 1077, 125 miles per hour, 128 miles an hour for the Torino. That's a quick car, doing 11:32. Red light reaction time, don't matter. We're Friday Night Street Legals, still going to get a time slip. 111 at the 8th mile, 120 at the top end with an 11:22. A licensing pass for the motorcycle, a 2.13 second reaction time, a 1.760 foot, 8th mile, 120 miles an hour with a 6.34 elapsed time. Top end slowing down. So he was passing the 8th mile for his qualifying in the licensing process. Pair of street bikes running 112 and 111 miles an hour. Thanks, buddy. Corey Craig and Lee Gallant. Lee Gallant on the spectator side of the racetrack. He's over 70 years old, retired iron worker. What are you going to do in your retirement? I say race Hayabusa. Why not? Yeah, Corey Craig. Nice run, both bikes. 123 for Lee at the top, at the 8th mile. 151 with a 9.25 for Lee Gallant for the win. Corey Craig ran 982 at 146 miles per hour. Ken Christensen in the spectator lane, and Paul Sadar over here in the tower lane. $117 for Paul at the 8th mile, 111 for Ken. Top end, 139 miles an hour for Ken. Paul was going 142 with a 9.66. The elapsed time for Ken was at 10.34. .960 foot for Martin Miller. Ran 138 at 8th mile and ran a 10:04 at 149 miles per hour. Seems to be getting that turbo sorted out. Good job, Martin. Max Tremblay ran 121 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 11.96. Here comes Jimmy in the Junior Street licensing process once again. He's got it all figured out now. No help from Shannon at all on this one. Man, he's got it dialed in. All staged by himself. Top bulb. He's fully in. Here we go. Nice job. .62 reaction time. A 60 foot of 2.64. 330 feet. 7.69 in the 8th mile. 60.55, 11.81. Not only is he doing a real good job, he's super consistent as well. He's got it figured out. He's ready for the weekend. We've got a couple more Junior Streets joining us this evening as well, making some test passes for their program. Now, if you're going to race Junior Street, you may as well have a cool little short pickup truck to do it in. Wow. Pair of Junior Streets and a pair of short pickup trucks. That is so cool. Oh, it doesn't appear to be their first rodeo.
Oh yeah, these two are brother and sister. Tyler's older.
Oh, brother and sister. Wow. Josephine Smith and Tyler Smith. Well, look at my screen. I'm glad you're here to tell me they're related. That's so cool. From Zapstrap Racing. Attention in the pits. Final call for Sport Compact. Final call for Sport Compact. Standby call for the following trials. Oh, nice matchup. Tower Lane gets there second with a 1083, 9.73 for Josephine for the win. Reaction time, all Taylor. 06 to Josephine's 0.17. So if the challenge was reaction time, Taylor with the win. But if it's a stripe, Josephine with the win. That was cool. Maserati. You bet. Attention in the pits. Domestic class. That was your call to the lanes. Domestic class to lanes 1, 2, 3, 4. Domestic class to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Domestic class. Your call to the lanes. Lanes 1 through 4. Yes, domestic class, you have been called. 13:48 for Jeff. 106 miles an hour for the win. And Garrett ran 89 miles an hour with a 12.93. Believe that's a Scion on the spectator side of the racetrack, getting the win light, 93 miles an hour, with a 14.03 elapsed time. Now you can see from the other scoreboard, 105 with a slower car. This is where the mile per hour isn't as important as the elapsed time. For bracket racers, it's all about the ET. As a racer, you get a time slip. And on that time slip, it shows you your reaction time, your 60 foot, 340, and then the 8th mile, you get the ET and mile per hour. And then 1,000 foot, you get ET. And at the finish line, you get both the ET and mile per hour. Well, it looks like you get it on the 1,000 foot as well. 1185 Tower Lane, 1435 spectator side of the racetrack. I don't quite have the driver information yet in the Lordco lane, but he's going to get the win with a 15-second pass, beating a 16.69. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes. Domestic class, this is your call to the lanes. Standby call for the class following. All right, final pair in Sport Compact. Mitsubishi running away ahead of the V-Dub. Wind light 13.50. 2009 VW ran a 15.47. And now we're heading into domestic class. Now we're starting to get a lot of cars here at this time of the night. So the rounds are going to slow down a little bit, but be prepared. Spectator side of the racetrack gets the wind light with a 1245 at 110 miles per hour. The 67 Falcon ran 94 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 11.87. An 85 Regal. Better reaction time. A little bit faster to the top end with a wind light at 1186 to an 1189. Your margin of victory was a 1/10 of a second. '07 Corvette. Richard Trimble turns on the wind light with a 1258 at 112 miles per hour. The 29 Ford ran 100.33 miles per hour with an elapsed time of 11.29. Well, that's a big pickup. Pair of big pickup trucks. A Chevy and a Dodge. Who's going to win? Oh. Oh, Shannon loves it. Oh, man. No mosquitoes at the start line anymore. That's for sure. Wow, 1184, 113 miles an hour for the truck in the spectator lane. How about 12.28 at 118 miles an hour on the tower lane? Both of those pickup trucks well over 100 miles an hour at the 8th mile. 109 and 105 at the 8th mile. Wow, that's booking. Pretty good pickup truck. When you're sitting at the tailgate party and you're sitting in the back of that pickup truck in the bed that never needs to be made, and you get that romantic glow of the cargo light as the night gets on, you can't be beat. Best seat in the house. Tailgate party, you're looking good. Tower Lane running away with a 1196, turning on the wind light, 122 miles per hour. 90.96 for John Todman with an elapsed time of 15.87. Little better reaction time on the tower lane. Faster car on the spectator side of the racetrack goes 13:39 at 101 to a 16:32 at 83 miles per hour. Wind light, tower lane with a 1231, 112 miles per hour. Chris, spectator side went 111.83 at 12.85 miles per hour. So if it's your first time at the racetrack and somebody brought you here tonight on a date, it happens to be your first date, that person's a keeper. This is the best place for a date. You get to see all the families, all the cool guys working on their cars, and everybody racing safely on the track and not on the street. It's a good feeling place to hang out, and for a first date, no better place. And for your second date, why don't you guys actually race a car? Heads up racing, you and your new friend, so you can go faster. Couples racing, that's a common thing. And we're going to get into that a little bit later on this evening with our Racer Spotlight. You'll see what I'm talking about. 102 at the 8th mile for Jen. That Malibu ran a 12:15 at 110 miles an hour. The 74 Vet went 100.58 with an elapsed time of 13:38. Here's that cool Ford pickup again. Racing a 66 Ford F-150. Best car show in town. Yeah, the Challenger beats him there with a 13:10 to a 12:97. Was twice as good on the tree. Better reaction time, whole shot win. Pickup truck with the win, 1379 to a 1481. Here's a good grudge match. Corvette taking on a very fast Mustang. So what do you think?
It's just the one on the sheet. Yeah, that one. There you go. No problem.
The Ford or the Chevy? Well, the Corvette was a full 1 second quicker off the line. 1384, slowing down quite a bit at the top end. 66 miles an hour. And 1271 for Joseph. Attention in the pits. Domestic class, your final call. Final call for domestic. Pair of vets. The yellow one and the black one. Black one's running away with it. 124 miles per hour, 11.66. 1175 at 120 for the 06 Corvette in the Tower Lane.
This is Anna. She looks after the tower. Nice to meet you. She is here.
Dodge taking on Chevy. The Dodge was red light reaction time, would have been disqualified in racing, but it's Friday night street legals. 1322 for Daniel. 106 miles per hour. Cam ran 91 miles per hour, 15.09 ET. That's a cool pick. Ford pick, 77.4. Eighth mile was 95 miles an hour. It went 108 at the 1,000 foot, and 116 at the top end with 1130. Now, just a little tech tip. Weight is everything. If you take out 100 pounds from your car, roughly about a tenth of a second, in that neighborhood. Take out 1,000 pounds, go a whole second faster. But the job box in the back of the pickup truck is what I was aiming at. Next time you come out on a Friday night street legals, take the afternoon to get the weight out of the vehicle. If you're trying to set a record for yourself, you'll need to get the weight down. 115 miles an hour for Corey. 12:25 the elapsed time. Tower Lane ran 80 miles an hour at 13.33. $13.75 turns on the green light, 103 miles per hour to a 1606. What a beautiful Camaro. Black. 2017. 60 foot of 2.02. Need a little more heat in those tires. 108 at half track. Oh, no, sorry, that was the 1,000 foot. 117 at the top end, 12:16 the elapsed time. Paul ran 86 miles an hour at 15.89 in the spectator lane.
All of the information that Anna has put.
Attention in the pits, Outlaw, lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits, Outlaw class, you've been called to the lanes. Yes, Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. Outlaw class to lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits, Outlaw, your calls to lanes 1 and 2, and standby call for the class that follows in behind. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior Street, lane 5. Junior Street, lane 5. Junior Street, you've been called to the lanes, lane 5. Well, that's not good. A little broken Mustang. But it's okay. It's going to be a quick cleanup, pushing back. We'll be back to racing in just a couple of minutes. But here's that great opportunity once again to read all the signage at Mission Raceway Park. Every one of those signs is somebody super important to us here at Mission Raceway. If that's a business you don't recognize, well, take the time to check them out because they're advertising to people like you because they have something that would probably interest you if you knew more about them. So we encourage you as a race fan to pay forward, visit these businesses, and make mention how much you appreciate their support of Mission Raceway. And one that really stands up this year is Mr. Lube here in Mission. They've sponsored the Mission residents getting in for free at the Friday night street legals. So anybody who lives in Mission who needs an oil change must go to Mr. Lube for their oil change. Mr. Lube's paying your way in tonight. So make sure you stop by there for your summer oil change. Let them know you heard about them at Mission Raceway, that they're the sponsor for the Friday night street legals. Mission's getting in for free, and you appreciate it, you and your family, and make sure you patronize their business as well. So thanks for being here with us on the Friday Night Street Legals. We really love your presence. And with so many things to do and you're hanging out with us, that's super cool. Now check out the smile on your kid's face. All the other families hanging out. All the friends and family racing. What a cool event. So welcome to everyone here at Mission Raceway Park. We've got a lot of night left ahead of us. We should be running till about 10 o'clock tonight. Keep our eye on the track surface. Make sure it stays safe. And a big hats off and thank you to the safety tech and start line crew for all their hard work tonight. They're putting in the time right now. So thanks to them. While we have a break, you can also stretch your legs, grab yourself some mini donuts from Barry and Shelley, some gourmet food from the concession stand, like the walking taco. You got to go check that out. They got ice cream treats at the concession stand this year. Ice cold Pepsi products. A nice cold water, and if you need a hat, we got those at the Pro Shop. Somebody brought you here tonight, you've never been to the racetrack before, and it's not your cup of tea, and you're like, man, why? Why are they racing? Why are they doing all of this? Well, if you're not having fun, we've got you covered as well. We have shopping. We have a Pro Shop. So you can go shopping. Get all your Christmas shopping done right now in the middle of July. The person that brought you here tonight would love to open up a coffee mug that says Mission Raceway Park on it this Christmas. It's only 6 months away. So you can get it all done tonight at the Pro Shop. Want to take a little walk down by the river? We've got a really nice scenic area down there. Be careful, don't get close to the water. But check out the cool cars. And if you're on the spectator side of the racetrack, it's free to come over to the pit side of the racetrack. Grab a nice coffee from Barry and Shelley, some mini donuts, maybe some ice cream. Grab your kid a souvenir from the Pro Shop. So it's looking good on the racing surface. We don't hear any bad news from there, so it's just a matter of getting the broken car off the racetrack. Now, if it happens to be the rear differential that caused you troubles in the Mustang, we want to point your attention to the sign right beside the red car. The big black sign right at the start line, right beside the red car. It's Enrico's Differential Solutions, your strongest link. Strategic placement of that sign at the start line couldn't be better. Most trouble happens with rear differentials on the start line, so Enrico wants you to be aware of the sign and that he's a local shop, and there's a lot of racers that depend on him for their high-performance rides. So visit Enrico to get that Mustang back on the road. Thanks for your patience, everybody. We'll be back to racing in just a couple of moments. Outlaw. Final call. You should be in the staging lanes. Tailgate party. You guys are looking great over there. If you'd like to hear us a little better, you can tune us in on your FM dial at 92.7. Definitely one of the best seats in the house. Last weekend for Door Wars, I had the roof off the Jeep and I was sitting on the top of my Jeep watching Door Wars all weekend from the spectators' tailgate party. And I was smiling the whole weekend. What a great weekend. We got lots of racing coming this year as well, including jet cars coming back. Well, thanks for your patience, everybody. We are back to racing. We're going to start it off right with a pair of matching Corvettes. Great opportunity for a grudge match with you and your kids. Who's going to win? Spectator lane or tower lane? A 2024 Corvette on this side, 2023 Corvette on that side. With a 6.2 liter spectator. All right, here we go. A little bit of wheel spin in tower lane. Reaction time goes to spectator lane. And it might turn into a win. Pretty evenly matched. 116 with a 1230 for the win. 1245 at 116 for the other Corvette. Man, those two cars are real close to each other.
He's got a really good rating.
All right, veteran racer, Jimmy, in the junior straight licensing process. He's got this sussed right out. He's doing awesome. First night getting his license, and he's been super consistent with that ride. Showing off to his sisters, Rose, Sadie, and Kate.
Oh, I'm sure. Yes, it happens.
Doing it all on his own. No help from Shannon. Reaction time, 0.65. 60 foot, 2.63. And 330 feet, 7.69. Eighth mile. 60.48, 11.81. Right on the mark again. Man, he's got that figured right out. Good job, Jimmy. Pretty cool. Pair of junior streets racing, brother and sister, with matching pickup trucks. Man, I wish their dad was my dad. Pretty cool. Josephine got the reaction time, or they got the win last time, and Tyler got reaction time. Tyler with reaction time once again. And Josephine with the win light once again. A 973 to a 1087, 74 miles per hour for Josephine in the Tower Lane, 64 for her brother Taylor over there on the spectator side of the racetrack. Pretty cool. Brother and sisters having a grudge match drag racing at the Friday night street legals between the ages of 13 and 17. That's pretty cool. A little cleanup on the start line. Start line crew works so hard. Definitely need a big hats off to those folks. It's hot down there, and sometimes they spend many, many, many hours on a bracket weekend at the start line in the heat. Hard workers. Thanks to them. We also want to mention all the people in the background here at Mission Raceway Park you don't see on a race night. The people here all week long, tending the grounds, looking after the facility, planning and putting it all together. So for all those silent heroes in the background, we want to thank you for all your dedication and hard work as well. Attention in the pits. Outlaw, final call to the lanes. Outlaw, final call to the lanes. Are we going to take motorcycle now? To lane 4. All right, we'll do that as well. Attention in the pits. Motorcycle, lane 4. Attention in the pits. Motorcycle, you're called to lanes 4. Yes, motorcycle, you've been called as well to lanes 4. And a standby call for the class following motorcycle.
Sorry, that's me for Oh, we don't have a run order. They never shared me the new run order
At Mission Raceway Park, right around this time on Friday night street legals, we want to take the time to thank all veterans for their service. Welcome to Mission Raceway Park. Hats off, we salute you for your dedication and your service. And we never want to forget those in active duty right now around the world, battling piracy and illegal trade, protecting our borders. So we never forget those on live service, active duty. And if you're in active duty on a Friday night and you got access to the internet, tune us in right around this time and you'll hear us thinking about you, and we're worried about you. And we look forward to you to being home as well. So for all the veterans here tonight at the Mission Raceway Park, thank you for your service. So things are looking real good down there. We're going to get back to racing here right away. So motorcycle, you've been called to the lanes. Lanes 4, please. Standby call for Sport Compact. All right, Shannon at the head of staging, or the starter is calling the cars around the tower. Here we go. Back to racing, folks.
Okay, not a big deal, right? All of a sudden.
Well, thanks for your patience, folks. It's always important that we do the due diligence, keeping the track safe. That'll cause a break once in a while. A great chance for you to check out the cool cars in the pits. And I ask you, please, when you talk to the racers in the pit area, you tell them how proud you are of them for racing at the strip and not on the street. If they hear that enough times in the night, they're going to become a huge advocate, and they're going to promote racing on the strip, never on the street. All right, a cool matchup again. Gibson's Transmissions Ford Mustang taking on a 2018 Audi RS3 with a parachute on the back. Now, the parachute rule cuts in at 135 miles per hour, 2 parachutes at 150. Nothing cooler than seeing a street car with a parachute on the back. So Jason Gibson's reaction time, 0.09, which is good, to a 0.69. And the Audi beats him with a 868 to his 1012. That is a very quick car. What was his speed? 161. Well, the Mustang with the win light, 1209. Attention in the pits. Motorcycle, your final call to the lanes. Motorcycle, your final call to the lanes. Sport Compact, your call to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Sport Compact, your call to the lanes 1 through 4. As we watch the K&D racing team line up at the start line. Karen and Darren, husband and wife. We're just gonna figure out who's doing the dishes tonight. Looks like it's Darren doing the dishes tonight. Karen with the win light. Unfortunately, no numbers on the tree because the tree was messed up or something messed up, and no numbers. But okay, Karen got there first. Darren's on dishes. '68 Grand Ford Torino, racing a 20 Camaro Chevrolet ZL1. The win light, cool factor, reaction time, all go to that cool Torino. The only thing the Chevy Camaro got was the speed. 129 miles an hour to 127, but elapsed times what matters, and that 1064 beat the 1084. Top end safety spotted a little something on the track. They're going to jump out and grab it. Shannon's holding the cars back for a moment. Safety's clear, top end, gives him the signal to Shannon to send him down. Here we go. A Corvette taking on a 1972 Nova. 383 stroker. Dale Wood. And the Camaro having trouble, or the Corvette having trouble. Not a good pass for anybody here. Corvette's having a little bit of trouble getting going. Oh, just giving the tailgate party a chance to check out the new Corvette. Going by real slow. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sport Compact, you have been called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. And that puts the next class on standby. So domestic class, you're on standby. Now, if you should happen to find yourself on a slow run like the Corvette, we ask that you take the first exit off the racetrack that's open and available to you. There are 3 exits at the top end of the racetrack. New drivers, you have to be aware that both vehicles turn left at the top end of the racetrack. So if you're in the left lane or in the right lane, don't turn left till you know where the other car is. Best to go to the end of the racetrack and take the last exit if you're in the right lane. But if you're on a slow pass, we ask that you take the first available exit to eliminate this delay that we're seeing right now. Another thing to be aware of is if you're on a run and you hear noise, you hear something going wrong with your car or your truck or your bike, or you see smoke, get the thing stopped as quickly and safely as possible. Get out of the groove and along the wall, come to a full stop. Make sure you're not dropping any fluids before you proceed. Better safe than sorry. So if anything goes astray on your ride like that Corvette, we ask that you pull over to the side, get out of the groove, and confirm no liquid is leaking from the bottom of your ride. Quick little reminder, racers, make sure your air conditioning is turned off. That puts water on the racetrack, and that's not a good thing. So make sure your AC has not been running. Dwayne Stevens, at 97 at 87 miles an hour, having a bit of a trouble pass. All right, a pair of bikes, heads up racing, non-extended swing arms. So the 60-foot won't be great, but still having fun on the track, and we want to commend them for that. Thank you for racing at Mission Raceway. Floating that front wheel. 1197, 117 miles per hour. That's pretty quick. 1222, 108 miles per hour. On the spectator side of the racetrack. $116 miles an hour, 11.94 for Keith. Tower Lane went 96 miles an hour at 13.47. So tonight's Friday night street legals, number 6. Number 7 street legals happening July 18th. We look forward to seeing you back for that. Corey Craig, 0.19 reaction time, 182, 60 foot, 119 at half track, 146 at the top end with a 9.79 ET. Wow. 10, 8, or 1193 at 122 for Kyle. Martin Miller. Getting Pamela figured out. Went 156 miles an hour with a 9.55 on this run. Ken Christensen and Paul Sadar. 0.2 second advantage on the start line for Paul. 9.72 elapsed time. 142 miles per hour. He was doing 130 or 117 at half track. Ken was doing 111 at half track, finishes the finish line at 137 with a 10:39. That was it for motorcycle, heading into sport compact class. You bet. Attention in the pits, Junior Street will take you to lanes 5. Attention in the pits, Junior Street, lane 5. Attention in the pits, Junior Street, lane 5. Yeah, Junior Street, you've been called to the lanes, lane 5. Jeff Luco getting the win light. 104 at 13.28. An 07 Lexus. And a 2017 Subaru WRX. Grudge match, who's going to win? Who gets to the top end first? $92 miles per hour with a 1484. The Lexus ran 1530 at 95.32. Now the Lexus is a very fast vehicle, and there's an example of how much power it takes to go 100 miles per hour. Now if you go 100 miles an hour on a Friday night street legals, I have a sticker for your car that says 100 mile per hour. Volkswagen. 62 V-Dub and a 67 Beetle. 1185 to a 1487. Win light for Sam Wood, Tower Lane. 1378, 107 miles an hour for the win light for Trevor. Marcus ran 99.93 miles per hour. Needs to remove 100 pounds from his car to get 100 miles per hour. Another Lexus in the spectator lane, racing a BMW 2021. Beamer gets the win, 1335 at 102 miles per hour, and the Lexus went quicker, went 100.99, faster than the previous Lexus, but earns its 100 mile per hour sticker. Make sure you let the driver know to come up to the tower to get this sticker for the Lexus. Oops. Shannon breaking cars left, right, and center tonight. 10.99, 125 miles per hour. That thing was booking. Anthony, that ride is quick. Cool. Well, we're going to have to push that off the start line. That'll take a couple of minutes. Oh. And then we got a really cool car coming up next.
I haven't seen it this season, but I'm like, are you good with telling car models?
I'm not bad, yeah.
Perfect, because that's like the main thing that is like the best skill to have. Like being able to look at that and say, hey, it's not. Yeah. It doesn't matter what year it is. Yeah. Just like brand. Yep. And then like Mike. Rock.
Well, this is going to take a couple of minutes. You're probably looking at about 10 minutes or so before we're back to pushing cars down that lane. That's a chance for you to take a little break, grab some ice cream at the concession stand, grab some souvenirs from the pro shop, grab a hot coffee from Barry and Shelley, and some mini donuts. And spend a little time reading the signage here at Mission Raceway, all the sponsors we're super proud of. Like the big sign across the bridge, the Lordco Auto Parts sign. Massive online store. I've never done that, actually. I got to start looking into that. With over 85 store locations, and if you include all their offices, more than 100 locations. So founder Ed Coates, a big fan of Mission Raceway Park. And after he's passed, Lordco stayed on with us, and we really appreciate it. So big shout out to Lordco, the Coates family, and all the staff that works at Lordco. Thank you for all your hard work. Wherever you live in British Columbia, there's going to be a Lordco real close to you. So make sure you get to know all the counter persons working at your local Lordco store. They're going to source all kinds of cool stuff for you. You can even set up an account for your company with Lordco, which will offer delivery as well. So get a hold of your local Lordco store, set up an account, and make sure you say thanks to Lordco for all their support of Mission Raceway Park. So just a short break right now while we get that car off the start line. We want to say hi to everybody listening from home. We're sorry you couldn't be here tonight, but hopefully you're having fun watching from home. And maybe next Friday night Street Legals. On July 18th, you can be here with us on that one. Beautiful, sunny summer evening. The best part of summer is hanging out at Mission Raceway for the Friday night Street Legals. Now, when you are leaving the facility tonight, we do have a huge favor to ask of you. We're hoping that you got the message that racing on the street is no good. Racing on the strip is the only way to go. So when you leave Mission Raceway Park tonight, we ask that you leave quietly. Don't be stunting. Don't be smoking your tires and making noise. It's not fair for our neighbors. And it does not send a good signal to everybody else that's at the racetrack. When we hear somebody doing a burnout as they're leaving the facility at the end of the night, we're like, man, that person did not get the message. So be real safe on the street. Use your road sense. Drive safe and courteously. Follow the rules. Follow the speed limit. Stay in the slow lane unless you're passing. When there's a tow truck or emergency vehicle on the side of the road, slow down. Slow down and pull over. Keep those guys safe. They're working to keep the streets clean and safe. And every year we hear a tragedy of a tow truck operator. So please, when you're on the highways and you're driving along and you see emergency vehicles, take just a few seconds out of your busy day and slow down and pull over. Let's keep them safe. All first responders. And if you want to drive fast, $50 is all it costs to race down the track here at Mission Raceway on a Friday night street legals. You can enter multiple drivers. You can challenge your 17-year-old to beat you on reaction time with the station wagon. It doesn't even have to be quick. It's just about teaching racing on the strip and not on the street. So we encourage you to get your kid behind the wheel of the car as soon as you can and build that relationship with your child, teaching them the safe way to get it out of their system. A couple years ago, I was sitting in the grandstands with a family, and I said to the kids, who drives faster, mom or dad? And the kids told me, mom does. And I looked at mom and I said, so when the kid gets their L and wants to borrow the car, what did you teach them? Are you nervous when they take the car out, or do you know that you've taught them to be safe on the streets? So be aware your kids are watching you when you're driving the car. So use your road sense. Teach them to be following the rules of the road. So when they borrow the car when they're 17, you know they're not going to be horsing around. I am so impressed with new drivers today when they say to me that they will not have a single drink and drive their vehicle. I'm 63 years old, and that's not the way we used to think when we were kids. So for everybody that takes that process to heart and does not drink and drive or drive under the influence of drugs, we thank you for that as well. Keep the streets safe. There's enough new drivers causing problems out there that you want to really be careful and follow the rules. When you're speeding on the streets, people aren't prepared for that. And that's when trouble starts. And when you hear of accidents on the streets and they talk about people getting killed, that's only one part of it. My son and I in Mission, right in the heart of town on Murray Street, heading up the hill. An F-350 ran the stop sign and T-boned us. Pushed us 160 feet up the road. Egg crated the cab of the pickup truck. In town. Right in town. Over 6 years ago, and I still suffer from neck pain from that accident. So please use your road sense. It's not worth it. Leave in time for work and school. Don't try to make up for it on the streets. Use your road sense. And we want you to drive as fast as possible. But here on Mission Raceway at the Friday Night Street Legals. So big hats off to all our sponsors for the support, enabling us to keep the track open for all of you wannabe racers. Friday Night Street Legals Racing 101, introduction to the sport of drag racing. A great place to cut your teeth. So I'm going to give you a little bit of silence for 5 minutes here. You're welcome. And we'll get this cleanup done. Back to racing as quick as we can. thank you for your patience. The cleanup is going well. You see all the diapers on the ground there. That's going to soak it up real quick. Then they're going to heat it with the torch a little bit, scrape it. And then they're going to run some Absorbol and run the tractor across it. Then they're going to throw a little bit more heat in it. And then we'll be back to racing. So you're looking at about 10, 15 minutes roughly. So you do have a chance to stretch your legs, check out the cool cars, grab something to eat, grab a coffee from Barry and Shelley, and some mini donuts. Again, I want to warn you about the mini donuts if you're racing. If you eat the whole bag, it's going to affect your reaction time. So be very careful. Very careful. So thanks for your patience, everybody. We'll be back as quick as we can. So we got roughly 5 Super Sport Compact left in the staging lanes. And then we're followed by Junior Street. We got 3 of them here tonight. 1 kid licensing and 2 others, a brother and sister racing. And the cleanup is going real good. There's the torch and the scraper, then a little absorb ball and a little scrub. We're halfway there. Thanks for your patience, everybody. Hopefully you've read every sign and you know every one of our sponsors by now. You know what would go real good right now? Some ice cream. Yeah, ice cream available at the concession stand about mid-area of the pits. Spectators, you're allowed to walk across, no extra cost, across the bridge. Come on over. Grab some mini donuts and some ice cream. If you went 100 miles an hour with your car tonight, I do have stickers that say 100 mile per hour. And I also have NHRA street legal stickers showing 12 seconds, 13 seconds, 12 seconds, that's about it. I'm running out of the 10s. But if you want 100 miles an hour, come on up and get your sticker. So we've got another race fan here tonight. Lost something. Lost her phone. Pixel 8 Pro with a black case. Thinks maybe in the women's washroom, but not totally certain. But if you find a Pixel 8 Pro phone anywhere, bring it up to the 2nd floor of the timing tower and we'll get it back to her. No problem.
Well, I'm gonna go keep looking. Good luck. I hope
Good luck.
we'll call you up.
And there's the absorb ball. Oh, we're almost there. Thanks for your patience, everybody. Tailgate party. Things are going well at the start line. Won't be too much longer. Maybe another, I don't want to guess, 5-10 minutes. Won't be too long, though. Thanks for your patience over there. Now, if you're having trouble hearing us on the PA anywhere at the facility, you can tune us in on the FM dial at 92.7. Michelle, we found your phone. Head back up to the tower. The guy's right in front of you there. But I want him to come up in the tower so I can give his kids a couple stickers. Thanks, buddy. Race fans and Mission Raceway, they're just the best. Real patient, too. Thank you for that. Well, that turned out well for the person who lost the phone and the person that found them. That's cool.
Hello.
So at the Friday Night Street Legals, we're trying to keep it interesting. So I came up with a concept for the Friday Night Street Legals where we're going to interview a racer every Friday night. And we're going to call it the Racer Spotlight. And for tonight, the very first night we're doing this, I picked out a couple that have been racing here for as long as I've been announcing. And they showed up on a Friday night sharing a truck. That's the K&D Racing Team, Karen and Darren. So I'm going to get Darren to let us know how it all started for him.
Sure.
How'd it go,
Sure.
Darren?
It all started, I bought a little hobby truck. I was looking for something to do, something to work on. I picked up this little S10 off a kid that was racing it out here. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to buy this truck and I'm going to give it a go. So I ran it down the track here and I loved it. It was the best thing. So we got the engine refreshed and I started coming out every Friday night. And then I took Karen for a ride as a passenger. She liked it. Took her for another run as a passenger. I says, hey, do you want to actually try the truck? She's like, I sure do. Gave her the helmet. She went for a spin. She took it down the track. She came back. She's vibrating. She's super stoked. She loved it. And it was after that. It was every Friday night. They call our class. We're taking turns. So I'm sharing the seat time with my wife in this truck.
When you guys shared the seat time, who was getting the best ET, and was there ever a challenge that way?
There was always a challenge. My wife's very competitive, and we watch reaction times as well. She's got a way better reaction time than me. She always has. But yeah, we're always trying to get the best pass, personal best, right?
Yeah.
But the sharing of the seat time was what was starting to bother me. So I bought another car. I got the little Mustang off Chris Bilodeau and
Chris Bilodeau.
yeah,
There's
the
a name for the past.
yeah, the Chev Stang, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, so now we're racing same class, but often we race each other and we're just trying to beat our personal best. We're very close in time. She's still got the way better reaction time.
Well, I see you giving her a head start once in a while to give her the green light.
I do that, yeah.
Too bad we can't bracket race you guys on a Friday night.
Yeah, that would be good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like to say that I give her a head start and then I chase her down the track just like I chase her around the house.
And do you catch her?
Sometimes, yeah.
That works out.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
works out.
yeah. It's hard to get the timing right, though, to get door by door at the end of the track. It's
Yeah.
kind of tough, but
So, Karen, we're going to have a Friday Night Street Legals Ladies Night coming up. Are you going to be part of that? Are you going to help support the women on that Friday night?
Absolutely will.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Cool.
just wanted to mention our Friday nights are spent here making a lot of noise, having a lot of fun in a safe environment. We really like it. And I'd like to say that I'm really glad you're back, Rock.
Well, I appreciate
Super
that.
stoked. And
Thank you, buddy.
yeah, both our engines are built by Brian Ritchie at Ritchie Racing. I just wanted to give
Oh,
a shout
right
out to
on.
him because
Awesome.
he's our go-to anytime we need anything. He's
Yeah,
our
a
go.
lot of racers go to Brian.
Yeah.
Ritchie, absolutely.
Karen won't let no one else touch her truck. But lets me touch it.
That's
It's all
right
him.
on. And apparently you guys have a lot of family here tonight with you.
Oh yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. I got my mom, my dad, my son,
Nice.
his wife, grandkids. Couple friends from work showed up tonight. It's really
Well,
cool.
welcome to all the family.
Yeah, you want to say hi?
Hi, Dawson. Hi, Macy.
Awesome.
Cool.
Well, I really appreciate you guys coming up and saying hi to us
Hey,
tonight.
no problem.
And you guys are the first ever spotlighted on the Friday Night Street Legals. So
Cool.
that's really cool, guys.
Cool.
Thanks a lot
Thank
for
you.
coming up. We love you guys. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Cool.
Awesome. Love seeing you guys racing. Such a cool matchup. Husband and wife, grudge matching at the Friday Night Street Legals. There you go. That is so cool. Thanks to Karen and Darren. So, guys, the final scrubbing of the track is taking place right now, so we should be back to racing in just a few minutes. Just a friendly reminder as you head back to the racetrack the next time, the river levels are going down. And when the river levels go down, the mosquitoes get a little bit worse. So it might be getting a little worse next time you come to the racetrack, so be prepared for that. Now, if you're not prepared today, they do have bug spray at the concessions or at the pro shop. So if you're needing that, you could maybe get yourself a hoodie, cover your arms, and get some bug spray if you need it. We got you covered. Pro shop is open to get all your Christmas shopping done today. Concession stand is open for yummy food like a walking taco and ice cream treats as well. Barry and Shelley are here this evening making gourmet coffee and those yummy mini donuts. Be sure to grab a bag of those for you and the kids. And we are on the final stages of this cleanup. Thank you for your patience. We're going to reward you right now. We're going to send a Lambo down, a Hurricane. So tailgate party, get ready. We got a Lamborghini and a Mercedes in the water box, heading your way. It looks like I got racing tires on the Mercedes. Oh, this ought to be good. So how quick will this Lamborghini be to the top end of the racetrack? Top time, what do you think it's going to run? I'm going to just put a number out there, and then all you have to do is say faster or slower. I'm going to say 11 seconds. Well, look at that, 11:42 to an 11:32 for the Mercedes getting the win light. 127 miles an hour for the Mercedes, the Lambo doing 128 miles per hour. That was cool. 117 at the 1,000 foot and 101 at half track. That was cool. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes 1 through 4. Yes, domestic class, you have been called to the lanes 1 through 4. Attention in the pits, domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Win light for Sheriff at 1183, 119 miles per hour. That was booking. 1232 for Nick in the Lord Goal lane, doing 116 miles per hour. A Honda Civic VTEC racing a right-hand drive Mitsubishi. Mitsubishi almost a full second quicker on the start line. 14:11 at 103 miles per hour for the Mitsubishi. The Honda Civic from 2010 ran 96.75 miles per hour with a 15.07 elapsed time. A diesel Jetta. Not quite causing the problem the pickup truck did for Shannon, but still a little bit of black smoke. Wind light on for the Mitsubishi ran 1472 at 93 miles an hour. The little Jetta ran 20 seconds to the top end. Now, if you're heading out early tonight, we want to thank you for coming out this Friday night. We have lots more racing coming this year as well, including jet cars coming back just before school goes back in. Potential of seeing a 300-mile-an-hour pass from jet cars, so we hope to see you at the end of August, start of September. You can find the full schedule online, including drifting, road racing, car clubs, motorcycle. They even have a street legal series on the road course as well, and at the drag strip. Check out the full schedule for Mission Raceway Park online. Pair of Porsches. Shannon giving the driver a little bit of assistance on the start line. If you're new to the sport of drag racing, we ask that you put an N on your windshield with your number. With the N on your windshield, Shannon knows you're new and will give you all kinds of help, just like she's part of your own personal crew. Well, close matchup. 101 miles an hour, 15.02 for the win. The quicker car with a 14.72 was not going to get the win light because of reaction time. 0.6 of a second slower on the start line. And that was able to be made up on. So a Tesla, top time. What do you think he's going to run? How fast is this Tesla for elapsed time? .60 was 2.06 seconds. If you're looking for torque, eighth mile was 189 miles per hour. 105 was the speed at the top end with a 12.57 ET. All right, here we go. Jesse, or Jimmy, with his licensing passes here this evening for Junior Street. He pulls up to that staging tree like with confidence already. I think he's been studying. A reaction time of 0.74 on a pro tree. .39 miles per hour, quickest pass of the night for Jimmy. Brought her up a whole 1.3 mile per hour. That's awesome. Ran 11.72. Well on his way to qualifying for his license. Good job, bud. Well, we got word again that other racers are still keeping their air conditioning on. You have to turn your air conditioning off because it drops water out of the bottom of the car. Super important. Please turn off your air conditioner in your vehicle. Here we go, Junior Street, brother and sister facing off once again. Reaction time for Taylor once again. And the win light on for Josephine once again. 971 to a 1078. Oh, another truck in Junior Street. All right, 11:08, 62 miles an hour for that Junior Street pickup truck. That's it. We're heading into domestic class now. And I got a little helper up here right now. John, my brother-in-law from the main announcer from the bracket weekends, here to say hello and give us a little bit of an update with what's going on in the bracket series. How you doing, John?
Well, I'm doing very well, Rock. Thank you.
Nice to see you here on a beautiful Friday night.
Beautiful night indeed. Thought I would pop out, take in some of the racing. So that was Dave Mancinelli and Michael Larage. Not sure if that's how you say that dude's last name, but we'll run with that. The right lane getting there ahead of the left despite the slower ET. 12:28 arriving ahead of a 12:07. So you referred to me as a bracket racer announcer. Well, we do a lot more than just bracket racing on some of the big weekends. Like, in fact, last weekend, the Door Wars, that's an event with multiple heads-up classes. And, well, if you weren't here, you lost out. We made history here last weekend at Mission Raceway Park in a number of classes for a couple of different reasons. So, like I said, if you did miss out on that, there's still lots of great stuff coming up on the schedule in 2025. Langley, Loafers, Old Time Drags coming up at the beginning of August. Then, of course, a little further into August, we'll have Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, and, well, lots of other racing, mostly bracket racing, between now and then. Of course, you can check it all out at missionracewaypark.com. So now Kai Jessamine and Doug Puttacone. Puttacone is behind the wheel of the Mustang. Mustang starting to pull away from the Buick a little bit at the top end. 11:01. Oh, so close to a 10-second time slip. Now Alan Cleaver and Richard Trimble. Trimble behind the wheel of the Corvette, right-hand lane. Cleaver in the Challenger, tower side. So Corvette there first, 12.59 seconds, 112 miles an hour. The 1320 at 108 for the Challenger. Now a couple of pickup trucks. So on your way up to the staging lanes, you'll see an old ramp truck there. Got a couple of sets of old tires. Not looking for a whole lot of money for them. If you've got something with 15-inch wheels and you'd like to try out a set of slicks, well, this might be a good option for you. They've definitely got a handful of passes left in them. Would be a cheap option if you're not sure what your car will do on a set of slicks. If you're struggling to get hooked up on street tires, this might be what you need. Mike Meldrum and Chris Parks. Chris Parks in the 22 GMC. Meldrum, tower side, in a Mustang. He goes 1327 at 105. Parks there first in the pickup truck, 1261, 114. So a big block Corvette over here. What do you think we have over there in the right lane, Rock? What is that? Skylark? I was just going to say, is it a Buick? Looks like your dad's car.
Yeah, a little bit, but his is a four-door. But yeah, pretty well the same body style. Nice and heavy. Something to do with that 82-mile-an-hour pass at 16.27. Wind light was on for the Corvette at 13.5.
So that was Luke V and Jonathan Passanimi.
You're braver than me. That was Jonathan for me the rest of the night.
Now we've got Tony Angelis over here, tower side in a black Corvette, and somebody in a round body S10 over there right-hand side. Don't have a name for you. Nice
Little
truck.
pickup truck's wearing a helmet. Looks like it's going to be a quick ride. We got a pretty even matchup possibly here.
Corvette rolls in way deep. The Corvette starting to pull away a little bit as they head up track. What do we got? 1323 arriving ahead of a 1427 for the S10. The guy doesn't actually need a helmet, but hey, safety first. Why not?
Well, if you're not sure, best to be safe. Absolutely. Same thing when you're running with a passenger. No excuses. You've got to be shut down way early. Take no chances with that either. 14-second limit.
So Daniel Greenow, tower side, rowing through the gears in that 91 Camaro. Stoutenberg there first in the right lane with a 1219 at 110 miles an hour behind the wheel of his G-Body, 1980 Malibu. Now two Mustangs. Liam Logan in the right lane out of Maple Ridge. Joseph Lowen. Left lane at Aldergrove. How about 1268 and 1482? Paul Barada and Tarek Barada. Couple of brothers, I'm assuming. 2020 Ford pickup and a 1975 Dart.
See you, buddy.
Thanks, bro. Have a good night.
Now Dave Copeland. In a Ford Thunderbird. Ray Friesian in the right lane. 1970 Acadian. Well, Friesian in the right lane with a 209 60 foot. I think he needs a set of slicks. I don't know. 1364.
I know where you can get a set of used ones.
Well, in all honesty, he'd probably have a tough time fitting them under that Acadian. Not the biggest wheel wells in those. Now a Camaro and a Corvette. Braden Peterson, right lane, 18 Camaro. Jing Wang, tower side, in the 2024 Corvette. He goes 1082 at 125 miles an hour. Peterson in the Camaro, 1243 at 112. Again, we match up the Camaro, Tin Wong. All right, two Corvettes. Swore I saw a Camaro over there in the right lane. It was up in smoke, whatever it was. I was watching the rear tires just turn into a blaze of white smoke. So Harry Witter, left lane, got there first one, 1174. The 64 Mercury, tower side, Eric Gabara. Gabara out of Langley, BC. Jordan Marlowe, 72 Nova right lane. He goes 1303. Eric Gabara there first with a 1264. Two more Corvettes.
The Corvette's almost as popular as the S10s.
Cool.
Lots of them here tonight. So many to choose from.
So out of Langley, Dustin Wordstrom in the right lane. An 05 Corvette. Has really taken their time staging cars.
Well, Dustin with the best reaction time I've seen here tonight, 0.02. Wind light, though. Tower lane, 1206, 118.
So Chase Cranmore goes 1210. Whole bunch of wheel spin up front, rolling through the gears in that 2017 Camaro, Cam Penner, and the 06 Dodge. Outlaw, Outlaw, this is your call to the staging lanes. Outlaw, come on down. So we'll take Outlaw in lanes 1 and 2. Once again, Outlaw, this is your call to the staging lanes. Outlaw, come on down to lanes 1 and 2.
Wind light on. Spectator side of the racetrack with a 1252, 115 miles per hour. Attention in the pits. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. Outlaw, you're called to the lanes. 13.99 turns on the win light. The quicker car was the 13.22 in the spectator lane, but again, reaction time being a big difference. A full second advantage on the start line. Here's that cool matchup again, the two red Corvettes. And they are superly, they are super close to each other. So it's a good opportunity for a grudge match. Who's going to win? Same mile per hour, within a tenth of each other at the finish line with ET. $12.23 for the win light. Jay Bodie ran a 14.27 at 87 miles per hour.
Hello, Ryan. Go ahead.
Attention in the pits. Outlaw, you have been called to the lane. Standby call for motorcycle. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. Standby call for motorcycle. 14.27 turns on the win light. Spectator side of the racetrack doing 103 miles per hour for that win. 91.54 for John Todman. Doing a 15.26 across the finish.
8:44 on the spec.
...2003 Mercedes racing in 2002 Infinity. If you're looking at weight, a little lighter on this side of the track. Let's find out who's quicker to the top end. Almost a full second advantage on the start line. That helped out for the win light. 13.98, quicker ET than the 14.72. Your Infinity getting the win over the Mercedes.
Well, Rock, I'm going to head down to the starting line and videotape a buddy's car. But
Cool.
I'll pop up here and say goodnight.
Awesome. Thanks for hanging out with me, John. And good luck selling those slicks. Once again, the slicks are on the ramp truck, the big black ramp truck. Go see John and get a set of slicks, give him a few test passes, and see if that's the way you want to head in the future.
Now open to offers.
Now open to offers. Started at $50 a pop. Now open to offers. A pair, $50? Oh my goodness, that's giving them away. And now taking offers. Nice big truck. Attention in the pits, motorcycle, you're called to the lanes. Attention in the pits, motorcycle, you're called to the lanes. Motorcycle, you have been called to the lanes. 2007 Tahoe ran 99.78 miles per hour, 13.5 seconds ET. Tell the driver of the Tahoe to pull out a bunch of weight, and he'll be able to get that 100-mile-an-hour sticker for his Tahoe. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Motorcycle, you've been called to the lanes. Motorcycle, you've been called to the lanes. We put a standby call to the next class up after motorcycle.
We'll take Junior Street as well.
Oh, and Junior Street. You want Junior Street called too?
Please.
All right. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior Street. We're going to take you to the lanes as well. Attention in the pits. Junior Street to the lanes. Motorcycle and Junior Street to the lanes.
Safety's clear, thank you. Sorry about that.
That puts a standby call for Sport Compact. See Brian on the start line, spraying down some of that sticky goop. Getting ready for Outlaw class coming up next. The quick, loud cars are in the staging lanes and will be coming around the tower in just a few moments. So tailgate party, get ready. Here comes the Outlaws. I said Outlaws, not in-laws. You're good. You're good. Big shout out to the start line crew. They're hustling down there, working hard in the heat. Thanks, you guys. You're killing it down there. Good work. They got a pretty good seat for watching racing, that's for sure. Be a great part-time job. Andy Fisher putting heat in the tires of the 1960 Chevy pickup truck. It's got a 468 cubic inch engine. Nice looking rig. John Sayer with a 64 Dart, spectator side of the racetrack. A veteran racer bracket series here at Mission Raceway Park. Both vehicles fully staged. Pickup truck getting away first, but red light reaction time. Wow. Slowing down at the top end. At 1,000 foot, both vehicles were doing 103 miles per hour. And at the finish line, John picked it up to 111, and Andy dropped it down to 93 miles per hour. Wind light on for John Sayer, ran an 11.98 at 111. All right, real quick pair up. The Audi took the wind light last time. And Jason, reaction time-wise, was it enough? Holy moly, that Audi doing 130 at half track. 162 miles an hour at the top end with an 8-second run, 8.666. Jason Gibson ran 10:18, 131 miles an hour. 8th mile was 107 miles an hour with a 8th mile ET was a 6:48. 60 foot was 0.21 for the Mustang. The Audi was 1.5 or 1.4 at 60 foot. 2025 Corvette and an 18 V-Dub. 125 miles an hour for that gorgeous Corvette, doing 10:65 elapsed time. And a little 2018 Volkswagen ran 121 miles per hour, 11:11. Great opportunity for a grudge match. Ford Mustang, Chevy Corvette. Who wins, Mustang or Vet? Mustang falling behind. 116 miles an hour, 10:34 for the win for Jimmy Sousa. Doug Copendale ran 12.07. Darren with the win ran 10:86. Karen ran 11:33. Karen and Darren were the drivers featured this evening. Spotlight on them. That was awesome. First time we did that, and it went real well. Thanks for them for participating up here in the tower with the driver spotlight.
All right, can I have the final call motorcycle, and I will take Sport Compact. 1-4, please. Sport Compact, please.
You bet. Attention in the pits, final call for motorcycle. Oh, truck having a little bit of trouble out there. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 1 through 4. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you have been called to the lanes. 2023 Corvette taking on that 68 Torino by Kevin McDonald. If you've hung around the racetrack for a long time, you'll recognize the name on the Tower Lane, Ross Walker. '23 Corvette ran 11:24, 120 miles an hour. The Torino got there first with a 10:67 at 1:30.
Licensing motorcycle in the water box.
All right, John just texted me. The slicks are going down in price. If you've ever thought of trying to sell slicks out, this is a golden opportunity for you. $12.83 for the Malibu, 102 miles per hour. And the Nova ran 14.28. And that was it for Outlaw. Now we're running motorcycle. Dwayne Stevens. A Hayabusa non-extended swing arm. A 0.66 reaction time, a 60 foot of 1.7 seconds. The 8th mile was already doing 121 miles an hour with a 636 ET. Finish line was a 1027 ET at 107. So slowing down at the finish line. It's going quicker at half track. So these two have been pairing up all night. Both bikes non-extended swing arms. Great opportunity for a grudge match.
Is there a number on the car that looks like it might be
Wind light for the Harley. 119 miles an hour, 11.77. 117 miles an hour for the Suzuki, doing 1184 with Curtis Leak.
There we go. Okay. Would you like me to print these out? Yes. I will change it here.
Dave Palin with a dresser bike running up track, 80 at half track, top end, 97.68, 13.36 with the dresser. 1167. Into Tower Lane. Corey Craig, Black Lightning. Pair of Hayabusas with Lee Gallant, the right-hand lane. Oh, we got a close race. Side by side, finish line, Lee with the win, 150 mile per hour to a 147 mile per hour. ET was 956 for Lee, 973 for Corey. That big turbo pipe hanging off the side of Pamela. That's a cool bike. Martin Miller out of Coquitlam, 94 Suzuki. With Kyle Tompkins. Also on a Suzuki.
Sorry about that.
Losing traction about 60 feet for Martin. Hammer down, 112 at half track with a 524 finish line, 131 miles per hour to 1091. Kyle Tompkins ran a 12:22 at 121.42. Paul Sadar, Ken Christensen facing off once again. The Gixxer, Mass Cycle Service. Paul Sadar. 0.2 reaction time to a 0.5 for Ken. Stays up front for the whole racetrack. Goes 963, 143 miles per hour. 139 miles per hour for Ken with an ET of 1036. Here we are in Junior Street. Brother and sister facing off once again. So Josephine's truck's a little quicker. Heads up, racing. She wins every time. But reaction time is where it really counts in bracket racing. So if we were bracket racing, they would have to write on their window the elapsed time they ran in qualifying. Junior Street ladders based on reaction time. So once again, Josephine, trying to improve the reaction time, goes red light, would have been disqualified in a drag race. Tyler would have qualified better based on his reaction time from this evening. So he would have been staged better against his sister. And with dial index in bracket racing, whoever got closest to their actual number would be ahead at the end of the race. And then reaction time, playing into it, would put Taylor at a huge advantage over his sister in a bracket race. Then on a heads-up grudge match in the Friday Night Street Legals, the faster truck dominates. So Josephine having a stellar night against her brother. So if you're taking off tonight, leaving a little bit early, we really want to thank you for coming out to the Friday Night Street Legals. We're doing it again in a couple of weeks. We've got lots of racing left this year, so make sure you check it all out. Any weekend, you can head down to Mission Raceway, and you're going to find something going on, either road racing or drag racing or drifting. It's a cool place to hang out with your kids. So thanks for heading out, hanging with us this evening. And we look forward to seeing you a whole bunch more this year. And don't forget Jet Cars at the end of August. Pair Mitsubishis.
Hello, Junior and clear.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sport Compact. Final call for Sport Compact. $14.23 gets the win light for Marcel Lafortune. Lafortune. Yeah, part of the entertainment here on the Friday Night Street Legal is some of the creative words we make up. The Maserati taking on a Lexus. Jeff Luco singing the song that my Maserati does 106.76 at 13.22 for the win. 15.24 out of the Lexus. Just south of 100. Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes-Benz? One that does 1231 at 127, please. That was the win light. 1259 for Ashcon. Doing 114 miles an hour in the 2017 Mercedes. Now, just in case you weren't here earlier, I want to point out that we said, because of all the Volkswagen bugs here tonight, that Punch Buggy was off the table. It's not fair when we have so many Volkswagen bugs. The BMW ran 12.26 and the Bug ran a 15.26. Now, do not use bug spray close to that Volkswagen.
All right, I will take domestic 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes, lanes 1 through 5. Attention in the pits, domestic class, you've been called to the lanes. Attention in the pits, domestic class, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Domestic class to the lanes. 1377 for Trevor for the win. 104 miles per hour, 99.43 in the opposing lane at 14.32. Attention in the pits, domestic class, you've been called to the lanes. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Standby class for the class that follows domestic. Man, those LED lights are funny on the TV, aren't they? Flickering away. Marcus Nicholson with the win at 1489, 96 miles per hour. The opposing car ran at 1571 at 88 miles per hour. Cool old Honda Prelude from 1987 racing against a 13 Lexus. Gotta love those old Hondas. 104 at the top end for the Prelude. 115 miles an hour at the finish line with a 1304. Yeah, it was 1108 at the 1,000 foot, my mistake. 1304 at 115 for the Prelude. The other car didn't get any numbers, messed up on the tree. Gurjinder getting the win light, 1589 with the Beamer. Ran a 1664 for Tristan Mill in the spectator lane. All right, let's see if the Hurricane can get those tires to stick a little better on this pass. Racing it very quick. Car in the spectator lane. Sounded pretty good. 1191. Tower lane. 127 miles an hour. Anthony Bell ran a 1098 for the win at 123 miles an hour. Well, I didn't see that coming. 1139, a little bug smoking that Porsche to the top end. Porsche ran a 1362 at 101. The V-dub bug from 1962 was doing 118 miles an hour across the finish line. Wow. Single pass for the Honda, going 19.56 at 62 miles an hour.
first year of drag racing.
Want me to add that in there?
047, okay.
Now, did you put in my Frankenstein speed and custom?
No, I didn't see that.
Oh, you put it on there.
So who's going to win? The Dodge or the Corvette? There's a lot of weight. A lot of weight on the spectator side of the racetrack.
I'm not coming back tonight.
If you want.
If you get away first by half a second, you're on the right side of winning. And that turns into a win light at the top end. 116 miles an hour, 1164 from that big, heavy Jeep. That is wild. And then the Corvette ran at 1270 at 98.49 miles per hour. That was a cool race. Here's that wild 85 Regal Jessamine out of Surrey. Racing a big pickup truck, diesel. Spectator side of the racetrack, which is also a very fast vehicle. But a 2-second reaction time, that's not how you win races. So 1184 for both vehicles.
I can't read your writing, though.
Exactly the same ET, exactly the same mile per hour. Your margin of victory was 2 seconds. And that was all reaction time.
It's in there. Thank you much.
See you in a week.
Well, John Sayer just up in the tower correcting me from earlier. I stand corrected often. Talking about parachutes on the back of the car earlier, I said 135 was the law for one. It's actually 150 for one, John points out. And he says 2 parachutes kick in at 200 miles an hour. So there you go. You have to build a 200-mile-an-hour car now because you have to put 2 parachutes on it instead of 1. That works for us. Thanks, John. Thanks for straightening me out. Well, late on the tree when he left, Ray Friesen getting the win light anyways. 1461 at 103 miles per hour, beating the 1529. Even though the 1529 started off with a 2.2 second advantage on the start. Tower Lane running away with it. 1289 turns on the wind light, 112 miles an hour. And Jonathan ran a 1556 at 91 with the 024. That's a pretty quick little S10. Lots of power, big heat in the tires. Racing across that against that 67 Falcon. Pretty popular platform, these little S10s. Lots of them in a bracket weekend. The win light for the S10 at 1406 to a 1418. That was a good race. Well, I see the slicks are still sitting on the back of Rampy out there. Now, a set of used slicks just for you to test. John figures you got a few good, maybe 5 runs left on those slicks. A good opportunity for you to test out a set of slicks to see if it's going to make a difference on your start line performance of 60 foot. He's selling the tires earlier tonight for $50 a pair, but he's down to $25. So if you want a set of slicks just to test them out, right close to the tower, there's a big black ramp truck. They're on the back of there. Go check them out. If you want to buy them, give John $25 and you can test a set of slicks out. Wind light was 1361 for the Corvette. 99.51 miles per hour. 16.17 shown on the clock on the spectator side of the racetrack. Pickup truck to the top end first with a 1246 at 110 miles per hour. 101 miles per hour at 13.41. Joseph Lowen with the wind light, 107 miles an hour, 1262 elapsed time. Liam ran at 83 miles an hour at 15.64. Those cars sound great, don't they? Man, 117 miles an hour, 1222 for the win. 111 miles an hour at 1270. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw, you're called to the lanes. Outlaw class, you're called to the lanes. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. Attention in the pits, outlaw class, you're called to the lanes. Attention in the pits, outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. Corey Whitelock, the 2002 Chevy pickup truck, 6-liter. His first night out, when I was back for the first night, I overheard him saying it was a stock truck with a turbo. 116 miles an hour, 1224 for Corey. Chris ran a 14.02 at 97 miles per hour. Trevor ran 1137 with that cool pickup truck, 114 miles per hour. That is quick. Having all that weight on board, that's cool. 107 miles an hour at 1301 for Daniel in the 91 Camaro. Big Ford pickup. It's in a 75 Plymouth. Oh, he's going by. Wind light 1559 at 88 miles per hour. Pat doing a little touch up on the start line. Get things ready.
We're going to send this Corvette as a single, car number 162.
Shannon reporting in. They're going to send this car as a single pass while they get this side of the track cleaned up. Fully staged. Here we go. Ooh, a little bit of spin. Nice sounding car. 1253. 117 miles per hour. 1407, 98 miles per hour for the Infinity to the top end of the racetrack. All right, a C7, C8. So which one are you going to buy? You're going to head out next week, buy yourself a new Corvette. You going C8? You going C7? Let's make up our mind right now. Well, it looks like it's going to be a C7. 1142. And that car is slowing down lots in the other lane. So safety deciding to give the racetrack a little bit of loving ahead of the Outlaw class coming up in a couple of minutes. The Outlaw class will be followed by motorcycle. We're having a great night. It's 10 after 9. Temperature is cooperating. We've only lost 2 minutes of daylight from the longest day of the year, so we're still in the thick of summer. No better place to hang out than Mission Raceway Park on a Friday night street legals in the middle of the summer. Hanging out at the tailgate party. You guys are still looking awesome over there. Best seat in the house, for sure. So thanks to everybody for being here tonight. And as you're leaving the facility, we ask a huge favor. Please, show that you got the message and leave the Mission Raceway and Mission City in a quiet, courteous manner, following the rules of the road. Don't be smoking your tires or making a bunch of noise when you're leaving town. It's not fair to us putting in this huge effort to keep people from racing on the street and keeping them alive here on the strip. So please, show some respect to all the people putting in this effort, all our sponsors, all the fans, all the racers, and leave in a courteous manner, showing that you got the message. Now, if you want to drive fast, we're doing this again in a couple of weeks. It's only $50 to register your car. You can have multiple drivers. It's a great way to have fun with your buddies on a Friday night. There's a couple of guys I heard of a few years ago, and they would challenge each other, and they'd give each other a budget of something like $2,000 or $3,000, and that was all in. And they had to build a race car for $3,000 and race it at the Friday night street legals. None of those cars were fast, but that wasn't what it was about. It was just about beating their friend. So make a challenge out of it. Bring a friend for a first date to Mission Raceway Park. We're always going to mention first dates on a Friday night, so you'll look like a rock star. So we look forward to seeing you at all of the racing events this summer. including jet cars at the end of August. But don't forget the road racing course as well. This weekend, racing motorcycle at the top end of the racetrack with some really fast bikes. Pretty cool. Lots of competition. Those guys going around right behind each other, inches away from each other's tires. Pretty cool to watch. That's going on here this weekend at Mission Raceway. So this track prep should take about 10 minutes. You got enough time to grab some mini donuts or maybe a decaffeinated coffee. Getting pretty late. The concession is still open, as is the pro shop. So you got about 10 minutes to check it out. Go see your favorite racer. Tell them how proud you are that they're here tonight, not racing on the street. They can't hear that enough. So thanks for being here tonight. We're going to get back to racing as quick as possible. Attention to the pits. Motorcycle, you're on standby. Well, everything's ready to go back to racing. Thanks for your patience, everybody. That's kind of Racing 101, lesson learned. We got to do a lot of track prep to keep the thing safe. So we are ready to go back to racing. We're going to get the vehicles started up right away. And here we go.
All right, Tara, we see the final call for Outlaw and motorcycles to lane 6.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw, your last call. And motorcycle, we're going to take you to lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits. Motorcycle, your call to the lanes. Motorcycle, your call to the lanes.
Hey, Matt.
So we got a VW racing a Corvette. Whoa, big smoke off them tires, not enough heat in them. Look at the Volkswagen chase him down. Now the Corvette's not going to get any numbers, left before the tree was ready. A 1991 Ford Mustang, a 2023 Corvette. When somebody drove that Mustang off the lot way back in 1991, did they think that it would still be drag racing in 2025? Probably not. Pretty common platform, those Mustangs. $11.23 for the win for the Corvette. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, lane 5. Junior Street, lane 5. Attention in the pits, Junior Street, your call to the lanes, lane 5. Jason Gibson ran 10:04, 130 miles per hour. The Torino ran a 129 at 10:69. The K&D Racing Team, Darren and Karen Price. Big shout out to their family here tonight. Nice to see you visiting the racetrack. You get to see where Karen and Darren hang out every Friday. 124 miles per hour at 10:68. For Darren, Karen ran 11:18 at 119 miles per hour. Reaction time goes to Karen.
Compact lanes 1 through 4, sport compact 1 through 4.
You bet. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact. Head of stage is looking for you. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact. You're called to the lanes. I think we got enough tow trucks here tonight that we could probably have a grudge match between tow trucks. Jamie Davis against, who's the other tow truck company? Oh, they're taking off. They chickened out.
I'll hit return lights and pit lights.
Ryan, you going down to get
Nice sounding bike. How many cars do we have tonight? 126 cars here tonight. Well, there's a lot of grad stuff, a lot of summer stuff going on. And you guys hung out with us all night long. We are so proud of you. Thanks for hanging out with us. So cool. So cool. All right, here's these two street bikes racing again. A full dresser, Harley. Both lanes are Harley. They definitely sound like Harleys. Cool sound. .96 miles per hour. 96.92 for the dresser. And Keith ran a 11:89 at 117 miles an hour into Tower Lane. Quick bike, 1185, 121 miles per hour. Half track, he was doing 97 miles an hour with an ET of 7.8. Ken Christensen ran a 1052, 139 miles per hour. Kyle Tompkins ran a 1380, 119.
turn on a single.
Martin on a single pass. Attention in the pits. Domestic class, you're on standby. You're going to be getting the call in just a moment. Reaction time for Martin was a .20, 60 foot of 1.9. Eighth mile was 118 miles an hour at 7.04. At the finish line, he put 10:13. 11:31 on the reader board, doing 149.95 miles per hour. This pass on the motorcycle, a licensing pass on the spectator side of the racetrack. Last time shut down at the 8th mile. Let's see if he goes the full pull this time. Oh yeah, all the way. Cool. 979. 149 miles an hour. That's booking. This is Junior Street. Brother and sister. Now for Josephine to win it on a bracket weekend, gonna have to beat the reaction time from her brother. Let's see if she can do it this time. Nope. Tyler definitely got bragging rights when it comes to reaction time. And the sister, bragging rights when it comes to faster truck. 73 miles an hour to 64. Junior Street runs the 8th mile. Ran 61 miles an hour, 11:34. That was the 8th mile, not the quarter. At Door Wars last weekend, 8th mile, over 200 miles per hour. The world record to the 8th mile, Brittany Force in Top Fuel Dragster. 301 miles an hour to the 8th mile this year. Pacific Raceways in Seattle or Kent, Washington. Going to be your opportunity to see Top Fuel. If you have not seen Top Fuel, they have a big event in August. You really want to check it out. North of 10,000 horsepower times 2. Top end of the racetrack at over 300 miles an hour. Pretty cool if you've never seen it. Visit Pacific Raceways to catch the schedule.
Not that quick, about 200 feet from me, but coming steady.
Attention in the pits, final call for Sport Compact. Final call, Sport Compact. Lexus Tower Lane's not going to see numbers, messed up on the tree. The 87 Prelude ran 1285, 116 miles per hour. That's pretty cool. Tell the driver, Herb, of the Prelude to come up and see me in the tower. I'd give him a couple of stickers, one for 100 miles per hour and one for a 12-second street legal car as well. It is cool. 1420 turned on the wind light. Slower car. Reaction time for Mike, not so good with the BMW. Hands the win over easily to the other car. Doing 99.76 miles per hour. Oh, so close to the 100-mile-an-hour sticker to shed some weight from the car. I'm not being personal. Although, it's a good way to get healthier, lose weight for racing. $1171 to a 1572. 2018 Mercedes getting the wind light, 127 miles an hour. $14.19 for Brett. Tristan Mill ran a 1682. Smoked out our starter pad a little bit. And to think that that 67 Beetle has a good opportunity here to beat a 2017 BMW. Not something you expect to see. 1484 beats a 1673. Here comes the Hurricane. $123 miles an hour, 12.54 with a whole bunch of wheel spin. Harry in the spectator lane ran 1544, 94 miles per hour. '62 V-Dub Bug, racing a 2017 Mercedes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes 1 through 4. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Attention in the pits, domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. And the V-Dub Bug gets the win light, 1139, 116 miles an hour. Wow. 12:17 at 117 for the Mercedes. Reaction time, a half a second slower for the Mercedes. The 62 V-Dub Bug didn't even need it. Easy win for the Bug. Attention in the pits, domestic class, you have been called to the lanes. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. 1095 got the win light. 1458, the spectator lane. Marcel Lafortune gets the win, 1378, 102 miles per hour. Michael Fisher ran 100 miles an hour. Both drivers are able to get the 100 mile an hour sticker if they want it. Attention in the pits, domestic class. This is your final call to the lanes. Domestic class, final call to the lanes. Standby call going out to Outlaw. Standby call for Outlaw. Well, a C7 and a C6. C7 Tower Lane. Tim Wong, nice car. Man, I like that car. I don't hate the other one either, LS06 Corvette. You had me at Corvette. 1154 for the win, 124 the speed, 1192 for the 06 Corvette, running 117 miles an hour. Big win for Tim Wong. Whole shot win, in fact. Mustang ran 1267 to turn on the wind light. The other lane was a 1526. Man, that white Mustang sure hunkers down. Good transfer of weight. Joseph Lowen. "16 seconds. Doug ran 11:18 for the wind light, 126 miles per hour. Corvette, 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 Corvette. So many Corvettes tonight. I'm in heaven. 12:25 for Daryl, doing 117 miles an hour with that '07 Corvette out of Abbotsford. And Dustin ran a 112 mile an hour pass with an ET of 14.54. $12.45 for Brendan. Gets the wind light turned on at 113 miles an hour. 13:04 for Tony, also doing 113 miles an hour. Wind light for the Corvette, 12:39 at 113 miles per hour. The Falcon ran 12:15 at 96. Nice lead for the Corvette. $12.60 for the wind light, 112 miles per hour. Merrick Pulley ran 101 miles an hour within the lapse time of 13.91. $12.14 for the '08 Jeep, going 111 miles an hour across the finish line. Mustang with a little bit of trouble on the start line here, getting pushed. Hopefully nothing too serious. $115 miles per hour at 12:04. Pretty quick truck. 12:67 in the Tower Lane, doing 113 miles per hour. Sunveer was a full second ahead on reaction time. Ran 12:92 to a 12:83. Slower vehicle, getting the wind light, whole shot win. Reaction time being the big difference. What a beautiful truck.
All right, Tower, can we get Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2, please? Outlaw to 1 and 2. Stand by motorcycle.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw, lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. Outlaw, you're called to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2, and standby call for motorcycle. Standby call for motorcycle. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes 1 and 2. Oh, the pickup gets the win. 1297. Cool. 1344 for the Mustang. Both vehicles real close to 105. 106 for the pickup, 105 for the Mustang. (1972) Nova. Jordan Marlowe out of Chilliwack. Liam Logan out of Maple Ridge with the Mustang. Oh, big smoke off the Nova's tires. Not enough heat in them. $14.80 for the Mustang. $14.22 for the Nova. A little bit of a fuel spill there for Pat at the start line, so they're going to give it a little scrub. Be about a 5-minute break, folks.
Fuel, but it was a lot of it. Now it's all gooey in the middle.
Well, they're saying it looks good. Ready to go. Thanks for your patience. That was a quick one. After racing tonight, maybe you want to stop by and get something to eat over at Boston Pizza or go visit Rocco's Diner. Grab a yummy, yummy dinner. Little snack before bed so you can sleep better. Rocco's Diner, open 24 hours a day. (2009) Challenger, 2002 Ford Mustang. It's going to be the Challenger. 107.1303 ET. Mustang ran 15.38 at 93. You see the wind light already for the car in the tower lane because the other car went red light reaction time. But ET was 1490 tower lane, 1562 spectator side. Daniel Reddycop crosses the finish line 12:06 in that big truck, 118 miles an hour. The Mustang went 107 at 11:01. Attention in the pits, final call for Outlaw. Final call for Outlaw. Motorcycle will take you to lane 6. Attention in the pits, motorcycle, lane 6. Motorcycle, you have been called to the lanes. Motorcycle, lane 6. No numbers on the board. The truck messed up on the start line. Like a broken record. More Corvettes. I had a buddy pick me up the other day with this C8 Corvette and took me for a ride around town. What a cool ride. He owns a Stingray. Pretty cool. Wind light 1139, 123 miles per hour. Here's that beautiful black Camaro once again. Racing an 06 Ford. So blue oval or the bow tie, who gets the win? $12.18 for the Camaro, $13.95 for the Mustang. The Camaro going faster at 117 miles an hour over the 103. S10 pickup truck, tower lane. Nice sounding motor. Sorry, Zach. Nice sounding engine. $100.25 miles per hour, 13.99 for ET. A little bit of track prep ahead of Outlaw. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact. We're going to take you back to the lanes as well. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact. You have been called to the lanes. Yes, Sport Compact, you have been called to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes. All right, tailgate party, Outlaw class coming your way. A couple of serious cars. A 91 Ford Mustang. And a 1978 Chevy Corvette. Corvette was a half second quicker in reaction time, made all the difference. 1029 to a 1088. 124 miles per hour for the Corvette. All right, final Outlaw, 1972 Nova, Dale Wood. 60 foot of 1.77. And 116 at the finish line with a 1168 ET.
One more rotation.
Licensing pass for motorcycle, full pull, quarter mile, 150 miles an hour, 967. Basically a carbon copy of the previous run.
Last pair of motorcycle in the water box. I think this is going to be a pretty quick rotation.
I like it. Well, Ken Christensen went 1.9 to 60 foot. Ran 1037, top end 139 miles an hour. That was booming. Curtis Leak ran 117 miles an hour at 9.83. Final pair of motorcycle. The Bagger and the other Harley. Pair of Harleys. Keith Schmidt in the spectator lane, not going to see numbers for that ride. Messed up on the tree. The dresser went 1329, 98.17. Now into Sport Compact. Not even many of those. Cool. The Mercedes turns on the wind light at 1181, doing 116 miles per hour.
Sarah, can we say
TCS lane ran 89 miles an hour at 15.83. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Attention in the pits, domestic class, you've been called to the lanes. Mike Chu ran 13:36 for the win light, 103 miles per hour. 14:09 for the Honda Prelude at 112 miles an hour. I was waiting for the finish. 24 BMW gets the win light 12:52 to the Porsche's 13:72. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes. The win goes to the Lexus at 13:78 to a 14:35. Quicker ET. Enough to get the win, even though the reaction time was 2 times as good in the other lane. Volkswagen. What a cool car. Uh-oh. The Volkswagen having a little bit of trouble near half track. Doing the right thing, getting out of the groove. We're going to make sure he's good. Hold on a moment. Well, the driver doing the right thing, getting out of the grooves, stopping along the wall, making sure nothing's leaking before continuing. So hats off to that driver. Good work. ...2005 Jetta, 92 Mitsubishi Evo. Reaction time goes to the Jetta, 60 foot goes to the Mitsubishi. As every other increment goes to the Mitsubishi, 14:28 for the win at 93 miles an hour. Final call for domestic class. Final call. $14.72 for the win light for the 2010 Honda Civic. 96 miles per hour. Beats at 15.66. pair of Corvettes. Weird. Lots of Corvettes here tonight. They must be having a sale on them somewhere. And the black Corvette taking a little bit of time to stage. Then not wasting any time. Oh, close one at the finish. 123.5 at 11:49 for the win for the 2024 Corvette. 12.22 for the 07, doing 119 miles an hour. The Midnight Vet. Cool car out of Abbotsford. Lots of runs on that Falcon tonight. And the win light goes to the 2015 Corvette. Ran 12:73 to the Falcon's 14.00. $12.75 for the win light. Beats a $12.98. $13.94 for the Ford. The Vet ran 12.1 or 01. That beautiful Ford pickup truck, 1966 F100, has a 347 Windsor under the hood. What a cool truck. Racing against a Corvette, no headlights. At this point in the night, everybody should have their headlights turned on. $12.79 for the 05 Corvette, taking the win at 116 miles an hour. The F100 ran 106 miles an hour, 13.11 for ET. Little Mustang racing the S10. Looks like the Ford's going to get the win over the bow tie. 105 with a 1290 ET. 1380 for the pickup, 102. All right, Dodge taking on Ford. Reaction time goes to the Ford. 60-foot Ford. 8th mile Ford. Top end Ford, 1271, 111 miles per hour. The Challenger ran 106 miles an hour at 13.36 for ET. Track officials are going to take a moment right now to check the racetrack, make sure everything is good to go, and see if we're going to be able to continue with racing. And so far, the reports are looking good. Well, this is your favorite time of the night. This is when we open the lanes for everybody still racing. Anybody who wants to go racing. Well, everybody who's got a tech card can go racing. So if you want to make rounds, domestic class, outlaw class, motorcycle class, sport compact, we're going to mix you up. Head on down to the staging lanes, and we're going to let you freewheel, go around and around and around as many times as you can. And we'll let it run as long as we can as well. But please remember, the return road has a speed limit of 10 kilometers an hour. So racing on the track, but not on the return road, and make as many rounds as you like. So the lanes are open for anybody who wants to make a pass, who has a tech card that's been racing tonight. Come on down, make as many runs as you want. Big shout out to all the staff at Mission Raceway Park tonight. You guys did a wildly great job. Everybody, good job. Thanks for being here. Say thanks to your families, too, for letting you off the hook to be here with us tonight. But thank you for all your dedication and hard work. All the staff at Mission Raceway Park, good job tonight. Good job. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We have open staging lanes. Every class is welcome to the staging lanes. $11.09 and $11.71. Well, that's a pretty quick Jeep. Ran 1220. So for everybody listening at home, if you're still there, thanks for hanging out with us tonight. We're going to be back here in a couple of weeks doing it all over again. Hopefully you can be with us that time. Well, nice pass for Corey Craig. 149 miles an hour at 9.54. Cool. See you later, Martin. Thanks for coming out tonight, buddy. We'll see you next time. All right, everybody. Attention in the pits. Last call. You can make one more hit. Get yourself into the staging lanes real quick. And that's going to be it for tonight. For all the race fans still here, look at you. Man, that's awesome. Thanks for hanging out, man. See you next time. Cool. Last call for the lanes. Last call. Well, I'm going to say thanks to everybody still here tonight. I had a gas, man. It was so awesome being back on the mic. I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. Thanks to all the staff once again for your hard work, getting it all done seamlessly. Perfect. We'll see you guys all real soon. This is Rock in the Tower saying I'll call you later. Take care, everybody. Drive safe. So you got still chance to make the lanes if you want to make one more hit. It's last call. Corvette ran 118 miles an hour with a 12.11 ET. 1272 for the Chrysler over there on the spectator side of the racetrack. All right, no one left in the lanes. Looks like everybody's ran out of gas. So once again, thanks for coming out tonight, everybody. Thanks to all the staff for their hard work. Pretty cool. We'll see you in a couple of weeks. Take care.